Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. It was one of those mornings when the air felt dense. The curtains were drawn unevenly, allowing slivers of dawn to settle in peculiar patterns across the floor. I noticed that the kitchen table was missing a chair, but nobody ever sat there anyway. The newspaper held stories that I skimmed over, always skipping the sections that mattered. The faucet dripped in a slow, synchronized dance, echoing through the quiet rooms. I didn't mention the footprints by the garden path, why would I? As I walked out, I left the gate unlatched, as if inviting a familiar guest. I knew exactly what had happened that night. The certainty of it settled in my chest like a stone, heavy and unmovable. My neighbor had been drinking again. The bottles in his recycling bin told the story clearly enough, amber glass catching the streetlight empty vessels of another man's demons. He'd stumbled through my garden sometime after midnight, probably looking for his cat that always wandered over to my side of the fence. The footprints were size 10 work boots, deep impressions in the soft earth between my tomato plants. I'd seen those boots countless times, caked with mud from the construction site where he worked. The pattern was distinctive, a star-shaped tread with a worn heel that left a slight drag mark, simple enough to explain. He'd been drunk, disoriented, maybe fell against my garden shed. That would account for the scrape marks on the wooden siding. I'd cleaned up the mess he'd left behind without complaint. That's what neighbors do. The overturned plant pots went back in their proper places. The scattered soil got swept into neat piles and redistributed. Even found his wallet wedged between the fence posts, leather worn smooth, corners frayed from years of being stuffed into back pockets. I'd planned to return it later once he sobered up. Everything made perfect sense. The timeline, the evidence, the motive. Just another night in a quiet suburban neighborhood where people minded their own business and looked the other way when necessary. I'd been doing it for years, this careful dance of willful ignorance. Better to assume the best in people, to find reasonable explanations for unreasonable behavior. But then I started thinking about the chair. Why had I moved it? The kitchen table looked wrong with only 3 chairs clustered around it, like a mouth missing a tooth. I stood there that morning, coffee growing cold in my hands, trying to remember when I'd last seen someone sitting in that 4th chair. The memory felt slippery, like trying to hold water in cupped palms. The newspaper rustled as I turned the pages, and something about the sound made me pause. Usually I read every section methodically, starting with local news and working my way through sports and weather. But lately I'd been skipping pages, folding them over quickly as if avoiding something unpleasant. My eyes would slide past certain headlines, my brain refusing to process words that might disturb the careful equilibrium I'd constructed. That dripping faucet had been broken for weeks. The sound had become so constant that I'd stopped hearing it, the way you stop noticing the hum of refrigerators or the tick of clocks. But this morning it seemed louder, more insistent. Each drop hit the stainless steel sink with a tiny metallic ping that echoed through rooms that felt too empty, too quiet. I found myself standing at the kitchen window, looking out at the garden path where those footprints had been. The morning light revealed details I hadn't noticed before. The impressions weren't just from work boots, there were other marks too. Smaller prints, maybe sneakers, overlapping the larger ones in a pattern that suggested struggle rather than casual wandering. The wallet was still sitting on my counter where I'd left it. Brown leather, brass corners, the kind of wallet a working man carries for decades. But when I picked it up to examine it more closely, something felt wrong. The leather was too clean, too supple. The brass wasn't tarnished enough. This wasn't the wallet of someone who worked construction, who stuffed it into dirty jeans day after day. I opened it carefully. The driver's license photo showed a man I recognized but couldn't quite place. Not my immediate neighbor. His face was rounder, his hair darker. This man had sharp cheekbones and pale eyes that seemed to look right through the camera lens. The address on the license was 3 streets over, in a part of the neighborhood I rarely visited. My hands started to shake as I flipped through the other contents. Credit cards with names that meant nothing to me. A business card for a company I'd never heard of. A folded piece of paper with an address written in careful handwriting, my address. The coffee mug slipped from my fingers and shattered on the kitchen floor. Brown liquid spread across white tiles, seeping into grout lines like staining veins. As I knelt to clean up the mess, I caught a scent that made my stomach lurch. Not coffee, something metallic and sharp, like pennies left in the rain. I looked at my hands. The coffee had been black, but the liquid on my palms had a reddish tinge that couldn't be explained by ceramic shards or morning shadows. I rushed to the sink, scrubbing my skin under water that ran pink down the drain before clearing to its normal transparency. The garden called to me then, pulling me outside despite the chill in the air. Those footprints looked different in full daylight. What I'd taken for the random wandering of an intoxicated man now seemed more deliberate. The larger prints moved in a straight line from the gate to the shed, but the smaller ones zigzagged, as if someone had been trying to escape. Behind the shed, in a spot I'd somehow overlooked during my earlier cleanup, I found more evidence. Torn fabric caught on a nail, a few drops of something dark staining the wooden siding. And pressed into the soft earth, the clear outline of a hand finger splayed, palm deep in the dirt, as if someone had fallen and tried to break their fall. Or tried to crawl away. The missing chair suddenly made sense in a way that made my throat close up. I could picture it now, sitting in the shed where I'd dragged it, not moved for storage or convenience, but positioned carefully in the center of the small space. Rope marks on the wooden arms, stains on the seat that I'd convinced myself were just old paint or garden soil. My neighbor's cat appeared at the fence line, the same orange tabby that was supposed to explain everything. But instead of the friendly creature I remembered, this animal looked wild and skittish. Its fur was matted, its eyes wide with an alertness that spoke of trauma rather than curiosity. When I approached, it hissed and fled, leaving me alone with my growing certainty that nothing I'd believed about that night was true. The newspaper was still spread across the kitchen table when I went back inside. This time I forced myself to read the sections I'd been avoiding. Missing person reports, descriptions of men who disappeared from their homes, leaving behind worried families and unanswered questions. One photograph in particular caught my attention, the same sharp cheekbones and pale eyes from the driver's license, smiling at a camera in happier times. I realized I'd been constructing elaborate lies to protect myself from a truth too horrible to acknowledge. The drunken neighbor, the wandering cat, the innocent explanation for footprints and wallets and missing furniture. All of it carefully crafted by a mind desperate to avoid confronting what had really happened in my garden that night. But as the day wore on and shadows began to lengthen across my kitchen floor, I found myself questioning even these new revelations. Was I the victim or the perpetrator? Had I discovered evidence of someone else's crime, or was I looking at the aftermath of my own actions? The memories felt fluid, unreliable, like trying to grasp smoke. The wallet could have been planted. The footprints could have been made by anyone. Even my own recollections of that night seemed suspect now, filtered through layers of rationalization and denial that made it impossible to separate truth from self-deception. I sat in one of the remaining 3 chairs, listening to that persistent drip from the faucet and watching dust motes dance in the uneven light filtering through my carelessly drawn curtains. The gate was still unlatched, still inviting whatever familiar guest might choose to return. But I was no longer certain whether I was waiting for someone to arrive or someone to come back. The orange cat appeared at my window, pressing its face against the glass. Its eyes held knowledge I wasn't sure I wanted to share. In the distance, I could hear sirens approaching, though whether they were coming for me or simply passing through the neighborhood remained unclear. I closed my eyes and tried to remember the truth, but found only fragments, the weight of something heavy being dragged across gravel, the sound of a voice pleading in the darkness, the feeling of soil under my fingernails that no amount of scrubbing could remove. Whether these were memories or nightmares, I could no longer tell. The footprints by the garden path were already beginning to fade, softened by morning dew and the natural settling of disturbed earth. Soon there would be no evidence at all, just the word of an unreliable narrator against the silence of a suburban morning where neighbors minded their own business and looked the other way when necessary. But the chair would remain missing, and the faucet would continue its steady drip, and somewhere in the space between what I knew and what I'd convinced myself to believe, the truth waited like a patient predator, ready to reveal itself when I was finally brave enough to stop running from what I might have done. Story 2. I told them I hadn't found anything unusual. The morning air was crisp, holding a damp scent of earth and asphalt. My shoes left faint impressions on the dew-coated lawn leading up to the front steps. The familiar chime of the wind chimes, slightly off-key, seemed to punctuate the silence. My eyes flickered to the light filtering through the shutters, dancing across the empty hallway like whispers in retreat. The dust motes hung motionless, suspended midair, holding their breath. A door sighed shut somewhere in the house as if knowing its secret had been disturbed. I felt the cool metal of the doorknob, still bearing the warmth of a recent touch. My hands were steady, but the unease had settled in the depths of my stomach. The air was different today, tinged with a memory of something I chose to overlook. But I hadn't moved anything, not even the picture frame on the mantel, which now lay askew. The police officers nodded when I explained my routine. Every Tuesday and Friday for the past 8 months, I'd come to check on the house while the owners were away on their extended sabbatical. Water the plants, collect the mail, make sure everything looked lived in. Simple enough work that paid well and kept me busy during my own uncertain period between jobs. That morning had started like all the others. I'd used my key, the brass one with the small chip near the teeth, and entered through the front door. The house greeted me with its usual mustiness, that particular smell of a place that breathes but doesn't quite live. I'd gone through my checklist methodically. Kitchen faucet running clear, no leaks under the sinks, houseplants adequately moist but not drowning. The thermostat read the same temperature I'd left it at. Nothing out of place in the living room, though I'd noticed the curtains seemed to hang differently, as if someone had been standing behind them, watching the street. The basement door was closed, same as always. I never had reason to go down there. My instructions were specific about the main floor only. But I remember pausing at that door, my hand hovering near the handle. The wood felt warmer than it should have, and there was a faint vibration, like machinery running somewhere below. The homeowners had mentioned something about an old furnace that occasionally kicked on, even in warmer weather. I'd finished my rounds and locked up, leaving everything exactly as I'd found it. When the neighbors called the police 3 days later about strange sounds and flickering lights, I told them honestly that I'd seen nothing unusual during my last visit. But my sleep has been restless since then. The dreams started that very night, not dreams, exactly, more like fragments of memory that didn't quite belong to me. I'd find myself standing in that hallway again, but the light was different, harsher. The dust motes weren't suspended peacefully. They swirled frantically, as if disturbed by rapid movement. In these visions, my hands shook as I reached for door handles, and my footsteps echoed differently, heavier somehow. There's a taste in my mouth when I wake from these episodes, metallic and sharp, like I'd bitten my tongue. But there's no blood, no explanation for the sensation that lingers well into my morning coffee. I've started questioning my own memory of that day. The picture frame on the mantel, I'm certain now that it was straight when I arrived. The photograph inside showed the homeowners on some tropical beach, their faces sun-bright and carefree. But when I try to recall the exact moment I noticed it askew, the memory becomes slippery. Did I see it tilted when I first walked in, or was it something I observed later, perhaps when I was leaving? The wind chimes trouble me most. I've walked past that house dozens of times since, and they've never sounded quite the same. The morning I spoke to the police, they created that distinctive off-key melody, but now they seem muted, as if one or two of the tubes had been removed or damaged. When I mentioned this to my neighbor, she looked at me strangely and said she'd never noticed any wind chimes at that address. My hands remember things my mind doesn't want to acknowledge. Sometimes, while doing mundane tasks like washing dishes or turning pages in a book, my fingers will suddenly feel cold metal, not the doorknob I remember touching, but something else. Something smaller and more complex, with ridges and mechanisms that my fingertips seem to know intimately. The sensation passes quickly, leaving me staring at my own hands as if they belong to someone else. The basement haunts my thoughts now, though I'm certain I never opened that door. The warmth I felt through the wood, the subtle vibration, these details have grown more vivid with time, not less. In quiet moments I can almost hear what might have been down there, not the mechanical hum of a furnace, but something organic and rhythmic, like labored breathing or the sound of someone trying very hard to remain still. There are gaps in my memory of that morning that I hadn't noticed initially. The time between checking the kitchen and examining the living room feels compressed, as if minutes or even hours might have passed without my awareness. I remember washing my hands at the kitchen sink, the water running cold despite my attempts to adjust the temperature. But I don't remember drying them, and I can't recall walking from the kitchen to the living room, though I must have done so. The police asked me detailed questions about the homeowner's personal belongings. Had I noticed any jewelry left behind, any cash lying around, anything that might attract unwanted attention? I told them no, but as I spoke, my mind conjured images of open drawers, of my hands moving through personal items with practiced efficiency. These couldn't be real memories. I'd never violated the trust placed in me, but they felt as authentic as anything else from that morning. The key troubles me now too. I'm supposed to return it when the homeowners come back, but I can't find it anywhere. I've searched my pockets, my car, my entire apartment. The police report mentions that there were no signs of forced entry, which means whoever had been in the house after my visit must have had their own key. But the metallic taste returns whenever I try to remember placing my key back in my pocket, and my hands feel cold and guilty. I've driven past the house several times in recent weeks. It sits empty and patient, its windows reflecting nothing but sky. The lawn is growing wild now, and mail has begun to accumulate despite my efforts to keep up with the forwarding process. Sometimes I park across the street and study the front door, trying to reconcile my clear memories of that morning with the growing certainty that something else entirely had happened. The neighbors who called the police described sounds like furniture being moved, like someone searching through rooms with increasing urgency. They mentioned lights going on and off in a pattern that suggested someone unfamiliar with the house, someone fumbling for switches in the dark. but these disturbances occurred days after my visit, and I have no explanation for them. Yet my body holds different knowledge. My muscles remember the weight of objects I never lifted, the resistance of drawers I never opened. My back aches in a way that suggests I spent time bent over, perhaps looking through lower cabinets or examining items stored near the floor. When I stretch, trying to relieve the mysterious tension, I sometimes catch scents that don't belong in my apartment, the mustiness of that house, mixed with something sharper and more personal. The homeowners are scheduled to return soon. I prepared my final report, documenting the regular maintenance I performed and noting that everything appeared secure during my visits. But my pen hesitates over certain words, and I find myself writing sentences I don't remember thinking. The truth feels layered now, like looking through water at something that appears one way from the surface but reveals different shapes and shadows as you dive deeper. I know what I told the police, and I know what I remember, but I also know that memory can be a liar, especially when it's protecting us from something we're not ready to understand. The basement door remains closed in my mind, but sometimes in the space between sleep and waking, I remember the sound of it opening with a soft creak, remember the cool air rising from below, remember the careful way I descended those wooden steps. My feet know the feeling of each board, including the one near the bottom that groaned under my weight. But I never went down there. I'm certain of that, just as I'm certain that the picture frame was straight when I arrived, just as I'm certain that my hands never searched through personal belongings or disturbed the careful order of someone else's life. The wind chimes continue their altered song, and my sleep remains troubled by fragments of a story I may never fully understand. The key is still missing, and the metallic taste returns without warning, reminding me that some truths exist in the space between what we remember and what we're willing to admit. I hadn't found anything unusual. That much, at least, remains constant, even as everything else shifts and changes like shadows moving across an empty room. Story 3. The hallway was clear of obstruction upon inspection. Footwear was aligned neatly by the entrance, indicating adherence to routine protocols. No personal effects were discernible in the main living quarters, which presented in expected order. A solitary plate was positioned methodically in the drying rack, though no cutlery accompanied it. Surveillance equipment displayed no recent footage. The system remained inoperative. Clocks were removed, leaving faded impressions on the walls where they once hung. Despite a lack of visible disturbance, the internal temperature deviated by several degrees. The refrigerator hummed steadily, yet contained no provisions. I remember writing that report with careful precision, each observation documented exactly as I found it. The clinical language felt necessary then, a barrier between myself and what I was seeing, or thought I was seeing. The apartment belonged to my partner, though we'd been working separate cases for weeks. When he missed our scheduled check-in, protocol demanded a welfare visit. The logical explanation formed itself naturally. He'd been called away on urgent business, probably a lead that couldn't wait. The surveillance system had malfunctioned before, and he was meticulous about cleaning up after himself. The missing clock suggested he was preparing to move locations, standard procedure when working deep cover. The empty refrigerator indicated a planned absence. Even the temperature variance made sense. The building's heating system was notoriously unreliable. I spent 40 minutes documenting everything, photographing angles and measuring distances. The apartment felt familiar yet strange, like visiting a childhood home after years away. I knew he kept emergency contacts in a specific drawer, but when I checked, the drawer was empty except for a thin layer of dust that shouldn't have been there if he'd accessed it recently. That's when the first crack appeared in my understanding. The dust pattern was too uniform, too undisturbed. It suggested the drawer hadn't been opened in months, not days. But I'd seen him retrieve documents from that exact location just 2 weeks earlier when we'd met to discuss case overlap. I could visualize his hands moving with practiced efficiency, extracting a manila folder without hesitation. Yet the dust told a different story. I began noticing other inconsistencies. The single plate in the drying rack was positioned at an angle that seemed deliberate, almost ceremonial. Who washes one plate without utensils? The alignment of shoes by the entrance was too perfect, as if arranged for display rather than convenience. Each pair faced the same direction, toes pointing toward the living area with mathematical precision. The sensation started in my chest, a tightness that had nothing to do with the stale air. I found myself checking and rechecking my notes, comparing what I'd written against what I was observing. The words on the page matched the scene before me, but something fundamental felt wrong. Then I noticed my own handwriting looked different. The letters were more angular than usual, pressed deeper into the paper as if I'd been gripping the pen too tightly. When had I started writing with such force? A fragment surfaced without warning, standing in this same apartment weeks earlier, but the walls had been different, warmer. There'd been photographs on the refrigerator, personal items scattered across surfaces, signs of life and occupancy. The memory felt vivid yet impossible to reconcile with the sterile environment surrounding me now. Had I imagined those details, projected normalcy onto a space that had always been this empty? I walked through each room again, this time abandoning the structured documentation. The bedroom contained a bed with military-type corners, but the mattress showed no depression patterns from regular use. The bathroom held toiletries arranged with the same unsettling precision as the shoes, but the mirror reflected a face I barely recognized as my own. My skin looked pale, drawn, as if I hadn't been sleeping properly for weeks. When had I last slept well? The question triggered another fragment, sitting at my kitchen table at 3 a.m, staring at case files spread across the surface. But the files in this memory contained photographs of this apartment, this same sterile scene I was documenting now. How could I have been reviewing images of a place I was supposedly visiting for the first time? My hands began to shake as I held the camera. Each photograph I took seemed familiar, as if I was recreating shots I'd already composed. The angles felt rehearsed, automatic. I found myself anticipating which details would be important before consciously deciding they were worth documenting. The temperature deviation I'd noted wasn't random. The cold was concentrated in specific areas. The hallway near the entrance, the corner of the living room where a chair sat at an odd angle, the space in front of the refrigerator. These weren't heating system irregularities. They were focal points, places where something had happened or was still happening. I pressed my palm against the wall where a clock's outline remained visible. The paint beneath was darker, protected from years of light exposure, but the edges of the shadow were too sharp, fresh, as if the clock had been removed recently, perhaps even today. Perhaps while I was standing here. The thought arrived fully formed, carrying implications I wasn't ready to process. I tried to focus on my original assessment. My partner had left in a hurry, taking personal items and disabling the surveillance system to protect operational security. This was standard procedure, nothing more. But my body was responding to a different narrative. My heart rate had increased, and I kept glancing toward the door as if expecting someone to arrive. Not my partner returning, but someone else. Someone I should be afraid of. The surveillance system drew my attention again. The equipment was sophisticated, far beyond what would be necessary for basic security. Multiple cameras, audio recording capabilities, motion sensors throughout the apartment, all of it dark, inactive. The timestamp on the main unit showed it had been disabled 4 days ago at 11:37 p.m. I knew that time. I recognized it with the same certainty I felt about my own name, though I couldn't explain why. 11:37 was significant, connected to something I'd experienced but couldn't quite access. Standing in the living room's center, I closed my eyes and tried to reconstruct that night. Immediately, sensations flooded back, the sound of my own breathing, amplified and strange, the feeling of being watched through those now dark camera lenses, the weight of a decision I had to make, standing exactly where I was standing now. But that was impossible. I'd never been here before today. The competing realities began to blur. I was simultaneously the investigator documenting an empty apartment and the subject being investigated. The clinical observations in my notebook described a scene I'd helped create. The missing personal effects were items I'd removed. The disabled surveillance system was evidence I'd eliminated. Yet I could also feel the genuine confusion of encountering this space for the first time, the professional concern for a missing colleague, the methodical approach to gathering information. Both experiences felt equally real, equally mine. I sat in the chair positioned at that strange angle, and it fit my body perfectly. The height was adjusted for someone my size, the armrests worn smooth in places where hands would naturally rest. My hands, but I'd never sat here before, never adjusted this chair, never worn down its surfaces through repeated use. The refrigerator's hum grew louder, more insistent. Inside, the empty shelves were clean but showed faint residue patterns from items that had been stored there recently. Condiment bottles, food containers, normal provisions for someone living alone. I could visualize their exact placement, remember reaching for specific items, recall the satisfying click of the door closing after late-night visits for water or leftover food. Memories that belonged to someone else, or memories I'd constructed to fill gaps in understanding, or memories that were mine but had been separated from my conscious awareness for reasons I couldn't fathom. The dust in the drawer wasn't evidence of long abandonment. It was evidence of careful staging, a detail someone had added to support a particular interpretation of events. Someone who understood investigative procedures well enough to create convincing misdirection. Someone like me. I found myself back in the hallway, staring at those perfectly aligned shoes. They weren't just arranged for display. They were arranged for me, positioned so I would notice their precision and draw specific conclusions about the occupant's personality and habits. Each pair told a story about routine, discipline, methodical thinking. But whose routine, whose discipline? The faded impressions where clocks had hung weren't random. They formed a pattern throughout the apartment, positioned so that time would be visible from every room, every angle. Someone had lived here in careful relationship to schedules, to precise timing, to the measurement of passing hours and minutes. Someone who needed to account for every moment. The plate in the drying rack wasn't evidence of a solitary meal. It was evidence of the last meal, positioned deliberately as a marker. No cutlery because none had been used. The food had been consumed by hand, quickly, without attention to normal social conventions. The kind of eating that happens under stress, when nourishment becomes purely functional. I could taste it now, something sweet and cloying, consumed while standing at the kitchen counter, eyes fixed on the surveillance monitors. Watching myself being watched, understanding that the performance was almost over. But which performance? The investigation I was conducting, or the scene I was investigating? My notebook contained 2 sets of handwriting. The official observations were recorded in my normal script, but marginalia appeared in the same handwriting with different pressure, different rhythm. Comments I didn't remember making. Check the bedroom closet again, and temperature variance not environmental, and why no personal photographs anywhere. I had checked the bedroom closet. It was empty except for hangers spaced at regular intervals, as if clothing had been removed systematically rather than packed in haste. The temperature variance was indeed not environmental. It followed patterns of human activity, cold spots where someone had stood for extended periods, and there were no personal photographs because they'd been removed along with everything else that might identify the occupant. Everything that might identify me. The realization arrived without drama, settling into place like a puzzle piece I'd been carrying without knowing its destination. I was documenting my own disappearance, investigating my own absence, trying to understand what I had done and why I had done it. But even that certainty felt incomplete, possibly another layer of misdirection. Maybe I was the missing partner. Maybe I was the investigator. Maybe I was someone else entirely, someone who had entered this space and absorbed the memories and motivations of people who were no longer present. The apartment held all these possibilities simultaneously, refusing to resolve into a single truth. I could feel my grip on linear narrative dissolving, replaced by something more complex and less comfortable. The story I was living had multiple authors, multiple protagonists, multiple endings. Standing again at the entrance, I looked back at the scene I'd documented so carefully. The hallway remained clear of obstruction, but now I understood that the obstruction wasn't physical. It was conceptual, psychological, temporal. Something was blocking the natural flow of cause and effect, creating spaces where different versions of reality could coexist. My footsteps echoed differently as I prepared to leave, as if the acoustic properties of the space had changed, or as if I was hearing them from a different perspective, perhaps from the position of someone watching through disabled surveillance equipment. The door closed behind me with a sound I recognized but couldn't place. Final, but not conclusive. The kind of closure that opens as many questions as it answers. I still carry the notebook, though I've never been able to complete the report. The observations remain accurate, but their meaning shifts depending on when I read them, what frame of mind I'm in, what version of events feels most plausible at any given moment. Sometimes I think I solved the case. Sometimes I think I became the case. Most often, I think the distinction between investigator and subject was always artificial, a convenient fiction that allowed me to function until it didn't. The apartment is still there, still empty, still waiting for someone to provide a definitive interpretation of the evidence. But I've learned that some stories resist resolution, that some truths can only be approached obliquely, held in peripheral vision where they can't be examined too directly. I know what I found, I know what it means, I know what happened. I just don't know which version of knowing is real. Story 4. It wasn't unusual for the garage door to be slightly ajar in the mornings. The wind, I assumed, or perhaps a habit of forgetfulness, just as easily explained as anything else. I noticed the new scratches near the handle, faint and reaching like branches. The garden hose lay stretched across the driveway, coiled by some intention but not mine. Everything seemed in its place or close enough to it, despite the small trail of footsteps in the dew marking a path that didn't exist before. I adjusted the blind in the kitchen, knowing some things should stay hidden. The coffee maker gurgled its familiar morning rhythm while I stood at the window, watching the neighborhood wake up. Mrs. Henderson walked her terrier past my fence, same time as always. The mailman's truck rounded the corner with its distinctive squeal. Normal things happening in their normal order, which is why the garage door bothered me more than it should have. I've been drinking more lately, not enough to call it a problem, but enough to explain gaps in memory, small lapses in routine. The night before felt fuzzy around the edges, like looking through frosted glass. I remembered making dinner, watching television, taking out the trash. The usual sequence of evening activities that blurred together after months of living alone. The scratches on the garage door handle caught the morning light differently when I examined them closer. Fresh metal showed through the paint, bright silver against the weathered brown. I ran my finger along the deepest groove and felt a strange familiarity, as if I'd traced this exact pattern before. The hose lay in perfect loops, too perfect for random placement, too deliberate for accident. My neighbor from across the street waved as he backed out of his driveway. I waved back, noting how his eyes lingered on my garage, on the scattered tools visible through the gap. Had I left those out, the wrench set lay spread across the workbench, each piece carefully arranged by size. I always hung tools on their designated hooks after use. Always. Walking back inside, I caught my reflection in the hallway mirror and paused. My shirt had a small stain near the collar, dark and dried, probably coffee from the previous morning, though I couldn't remember spilling any. My hands looked clean but felt somehow wrong, as if they'd been scrubbed too thoroughly. The kitchen smelled faintly of bleach beneath the coffee aroma. I must have cleaned the counters the night before, though I had no memory of it. The sponge sat bone dry in its holder, and the dish towel hung with military precision. Everything spotless, everything ordered, everything exactly as it should be except for the nagging sense that it wasn't. I poured coffee into my favorite mug and tried to reconstruct the previous evening. Dinner had been simple, pasta with sauce from a jar. I remembered washing the dishes immediately after eating, a habit that had intensified since living alone. The television had played some mindless program while I sorted through mail. Nothing unusual, nothing memorable. But then why did my shoulders ache like I'd been lifting something heavy? The phone rang, startling me from my thoughts. My sister's voice crackled through the receiver, bright and cheerful as always. She asked about my weekend plans, whether I'd been eating properly, if I needed anything from town. Normal sisterly concern wrapped in normal conversation, yet I found myself weighing each response carefully, as if she might hear something I didn't intend to reveal. After hanging up, I returned to the garage. The door opened with its usual groan, revealing the familiar chaos of suburban storage. Lawn mower in the corner, boxes of holiday decorations stacked against the wall, bicycles hanging from hooks. But the workbench drew my attention again. Those tools, so precisely arranged, seemed to mock my certainty about the night before. I picked up the largest wrench and felt its weight in my palm. Heavy, solid, capable. The handle bore no traces of anything unusual, yet my grip found worn spots that matched my fingers perfectly. How many times had I held this exact tool? For what purposes? The concrete floor showed scuff marks near the center of the garage, as if something large had been dragged across it. But dragged where and when? I knelt to examine the marks more closely, running my hand over the rough surface. The concrete felt cold against my palm, colder than the morning air should have made it. Standing up too quickly made me dizzy, and for a moment the garage seemed to shift around me. The shadows looked different, deeper somehow, and I caught a whiff of something metallic beneath the usual odors of motor oil and fertilizer. The sensation passed quickly, leaving me questioning whether I'd imagined it. Back in the kitchen, I sat at the table with my cooling coffee and tried to make sense of the morning's small mysteries. Logical explanations existed for everything. The wind could have opened the garage door. I might have used the hose the day before and forgotten to put it away properly. The tools could have been arranged during a weekend project I'd completed and dismissed from memory. But logic felt thin, inadequate to explain the persistent unease that had settled in my chest like a weight. The newspaper lay folded on the counter where I'd left it the night before, though I couldn't remember bringing it inside. The headline spoke of local concerns, city council meetings, high school sports scores, mundane community news that usually interested me, yet today the words seemed to slide past without meaning. My hands shook slightly as I turned the pages, not from caffeine or age, but from something else, something that made me want to wash them again despite their apparent cleanliness. The soap dispenser in the kitchen sink was nearly empty, though I'd filled it recently. How much cleaning had I done the night before? The blinds in the living room were drawn tight, blocking the morning sun. I always opened them first thing after waking, yet today I'd forgotten until now. When I pulled the cord, light flooded the room, revealing dust motes dancing in the air. The carpet showed vacuum tracks, perfectly parallel lines that spoke of recent cleaning. Had I vacuumed last night, the machine sat in its closet, cord wrapped neatly around the handle. I pressed my nose to the bag compartment and caught the scent of fresh debris, though I couldn't identify what had been cleaned up. The rest of the morning passed in similar fashion, each mundane discovery adding weight to my growing confusion. The washing machine's drum was damp, suggesting a recent load, yet the hamper stood empty. The trash can in the garage had been lined with a fresh bag, though I remembered it being half full the day before. By afternoon, I'd convinced myself that my concerns were overblown. People forget things, especially when living alone. Routines blur together, small tasks get completed automatically. The mind plays tricks when it lacks sufficient stimulation or social interaction. I spent the day in normal activities, grocery shopping, paying bills, calling my mother. Each interaction reinforced my sense of normalcy, of being exactly who I'd always been. The strange morning feelings faded like a bad dream, replaced by the comfortable rhythms of ordinary life. But evening brought them back. As darkness fell, I found myself drawn repeatedly to the garage. The door remained properly closed now, secured with its usual latch, yet I felt compelled to check it every few minutes. Each time, everything appeared exactly as it should, which somehow made me more nervous rather than less. The garden hose had been returned to its proper place, coiled neatly on its hanger. I had no memory of moving it, though I must have done so during the day. The footprints in the dew had long since evaporated, leaving no trace of their mysterious origin. Sleep came reluctantly that night, interrupted by dreams I couldn't quite remember upon waking. Images of movement in darkness, the sound of something heavy being shifted, the smell of cleaning products mixed with something else, something organic and unpleasant. I woke with dirt under my fingernails. The discovery sent ice through my veins. I never gardened at night, never worked with soil in darkness. Yet there it was, black earth packed beneath each nail as if I'd been digging with my bare hands. The bathroom sink showed traces of mud in the drain, evidence of thorough scrubbing. This time I couldn't rationalize the evidence away. Something had happened during the night, something my conscious mind refused to acknowledge. The garage door stood slightly ajar again, and the tool arrangement had changed. The largest shovel, which had hung on the far wall, now leaned against the workbench. My clothes from the previous day lay in the hamper, but they smelled of night air and exertion. The knees of my jeans showed grass stains, and my shirt bore traces of something I didn't want to identify. Standing in the garage, I tried to force memory to surface. What had I done in those lost hours? Where had I gone? What had required such thorough cleaning afterward? The concrete floor revealed new scuff marks, these ones leading toward the back wall where I stored seasonal items. Behind the Christmas decorations, I found disturbed dust patterns, as if boxes had been moved and replaced, but moved to make room for what? My reflection in the garage's grimy window showed a face I barely recognized. Hollow eyes, tight mouth, the expression of someone carrying unbearable knowledge. Yet I felt empty of knowledge, hollow with not knowing. The day proceeded in fragments, conversations I couldn't quite follow, tasks I completed without awareness, food that tasted like ash in my mouth. My sister called again, her voice sharp with concern. Had I been sleeping? Was I feeling all right? Did I need her to come over? I assured her everything was fine, though the words felt foreign in my mouth. Fine was the last thing I was, yet I couldn't explain what was wrong without sounding insane. How do you tell someone that you suspect yourself of things you can't remember? That evening I resolved to stay awake, to catch myself in whatever nocturnal activity had been consuming my nights. I positioned myself in the living room with a clear view of the garage, armed with coffee and determination. The hours crawled past in suffocating normalcy. Television programs flickered without meaning, books lay unread in my lap, coffee grew cold in forgotten cups. My eyes burned with the effort of staying alert, yet I persisted. Somewhere around midnight, the exhaustion became overwhelming. My eyelids grew heavy despite my best efforts, and consciousness began to slip away like water through cupped hands. I woke to find myself standing in the backyard, soil-stained shovel in my hands. The moon cast everything in silver and shadow, transforming my familiar yard into an alien landscape. I stood beside a hole I didn't remember digging, dark earth piled beside it in a neat mound. The hole was perhaps 3 feet deep, carefully excavated with vertical sides and precise corners. But empty, whatever purpose it had served was already complete. My bare feet had tracked mud across the patio, leaving a trail that led back to the garage. Inside, tools lay scattered as if dropped in haste. The wheelbarrow bore traces of recent use, though I couldn't determine what it had carried. I filled the hole mechanically, operating on some instinct deeper than conscious thought. The soil went back exactly as it had come out, level and smooth when I finished. By dawn, only the slightest depression marked where it had been. The next morning brought no clarity, only deeper confusion. I remembered standing in the yard, remembered the weight of the shovel, remembered the satisfaction of completing some necessary task. But the purpose remained locked away, inaccessible to my waking mind. Days blended together in this fashion, each night bringing fresh evidence of activities I couldn't recall. Muddy clothes, dirty tools, the persistent smell of bleach in the kitchen. My neighbors began to watch me differently, their waves more cautious, their smiles forced. The police car that appeared in my driveway one morning seemed inevitable, though it still sent my heart racing. The officers were polite but thorough, asking questions about my recent activities, my whereabouts on certain nights, whether I'd noticed anything unusual in the neighborhood. I answered honestly, which is to say I told them I didn't know. Didn't know where I'd been, didn't know what I'd been doing, didn't know why my garage showed signs of recent heavy use. Their expressions grew increasingly skeptical as the interview progressed. After they left, I sat in my kitchen and tried to understand what was happening to me. Two versions of my life seemed to exist simultaneously. The daylight version, where I was a normal person living a quiet existence, and the shadow version, where I moved through darkness performing tasks my conscious mind rejected. Which version was real? Which one was the lie I told myself to maintain sanity? The answer, I realized, might be both, or neither. Truth had become as fluid as memory, as unreliable as the evidence I kept discovering and discarding. Tonight I sit in this same kitchen, writing these words as darkness gathers outside. The garage door stands open, tools arranged in their mysterious precision. The garden hose coils in patterns that speak of purpose I cannot fathom. Soon I will close this notebook and place it in the drawer where I've hidden the others, the previous attempts to capture and understand these fragmenting nights. I will go to bed with every intention of staying there until morning. But I know I will wake elsewhere, with dirt under my nails and questions I cannot answer. The truth waits somewhere in that space between sleep and waking, between memory and forgetting, between the person I believe myself to be and the one who emerges in darkness. Perhaps that's where truth always lives, in the spaces we're afraid to examine too closely. Story 5. I assured them the door had been shut tight. My words seemed plausible enough, hardly worth a second glance. Yet as I shifted my weight, the faint aroma of fresh lacquer clung to the air, lingering like an unfinished sentence. The damp chill of the room pressed closely, curling tendrils of mist against my skin, a silent partner to the lie. The hallway's muted patterns oozed with an odd familiarity, where the walls carried a whisper of warmth from recent touch. I stood a figure among shadows, where the grain of the floor undulated slightly, betraying a path well trodden. The wind outside whimpered softly, yet the air in the room was still unnaturally so. My eyes grazed the curtain's delicate movement, a slow sway that spoke its own language. It looked the same as before, yet everything had changed. The nausea comes in waves now, a persistent companion that sits heavy in my chest like swallowed stones. I can't remember when it started, this feeling of wrongness that follows me through each waking moment. My hands shake sometimes when I think no one is looking. The tremor starts in my fingertips and spreads upward, a current of electricity that makes me question the steadiness of my own body. There was a photograph once. I remember the weight of it between my fingers, the glossy surface that caught the light in strange ways. The faces in it seemed familiar yet distant, like people glimpsed through frosted glass. One face in particular held my attention, the eyes too bright, the smile too wide. Something about the angle of the head suggested movement, as if the person had been turning away just as the camera clicked. But that can't be right. Photographs capture stillness, don't they? Fixed moments that refuse to change no matter how many times you look at them. Yet this one seemed different each time I held it. Sometimes the shadows fell differently across the features. Sometimes the background revealed details I hadn't noticed before, a doorway that shouldn't have been there, a hand reaching from outside the frame. The detective had kind eyes, I remember that much. She sat across from me in a room painted the color of weak tea, her notepad balanced on her knee like a sleeping cat. Her questions came softly, each one wrapped in careful politeness. She asked about the timeline, about who had been where and when. I answered as best I could, though the sequence of events felt slippery in my mind, like trying to hold water in cupped palms. "You mentioned the door," she said, and I felt something cold settle in my stomach. "Can you walk me through that again?" The door, yes, there had been a door, heavy wood with brass hinges that creaked when the weather changed. I had checked it that night, or was it morning? The light had been strange, neither fully dark nor completely bright. The kind of illumination that makes everything look slightly off kilter, as if the world has shifted a few degrees from its proper axis. My reflection stares back at me now from the bathroom mirror, and I don't recognize the person looking out. The features are mine, same nose, same mouth, but something fundamental has altered. The eyes hold secrets I don't remember keeping. There are lines around them that seem to have appeared overnight, etched by worries I can't quite name. I splash cold water on my face and watch the droplets trace irregular paths down my cheeks. Water always finds the easiest route downward, following the path of least resistance. People aren't so different, I suppose. We flow toward whatever seems safest, whatever requires the smallest amount of effort to maintain. But safety is an illusion, isn't it? The feeling of security can evaporate in an instant, leaving behind only the memory of what it was like to sleep soundly through the night. The house feels different now. Rooms that once welcomed me with familiar warmth have grown cold and watchful. Corners hold shadows that seem too deep for the available light. The floorboards creak in places they never used to, as if the structure itself has shifted, settling into new and uncomfortable positions. I find myself checking locks obsessively, the front door, the back door, windows that haven't been opened in months. My fingers trace the metal mechanisms, testing their strength, their reliability. The clicking sound they make when engaged should be reassuring, but instead it sounds hollow, insufficient against whatever might be waiting outside. There was blood on my shirt that night, just a small spot, barely noticeable unless you knew where to look. I discovered it while getting undressed, a dark stain that had already begun to set into the fabric. The sight of it stopped me cold, my breath catching in my throat like a trapped bird. Where had it come from? I couldn't remember cutting myself, couldn't recall any injury that might explain its presence. I held the shirt up to the light, studying the stain as if it might reveal its secrets through careful examination. The shape was irregular, almost artistic in its randomness. It reminded me of something, though I couldn't say what. I threw the shirt away that night, burying it deep in the trash beneath coffee grounds and empty containers. But even now, I can still see that stain in my mind's eye, dark and accusatory. The phone rings sometimes in the early hours before dawn. I answer it expecting to hear a voice, but there's only silence on the other end, not empty silence, but the kind that feels occupied, as if someone is listening without speaking. I hold the receiver to my ear and wait, counting my own heartbeats until whoever it is finally hangs up. These calls leave me unsettled for hours afterward. I pace through the house, checking rooms that should be empty, opening closets that should contain only clothes and forgotten belongings. The darkness seems thicker after these interruptions, more substantial somehow. Sleep, when it comes, brings dreams that feel more like memories. I'm walking through corridors that stretch impossibly long, my footsteps echoing off walls that seem to breathe with their own rhythm. Doors line both sides of these hallways, each one slightly ajar, revealing glimpses of rooms I almost recognize. In one room, there's a table set for two, the plates still warm though no one sits in either chair. In another, curtains flutter despite the absence of any breeze. The third room contains only a mirror that reflects something other than my own face, a stranger with my features but different intentions lurking behind familiar eyes. I always wake before reaching the end of the corridor, my heart racing as if I've been running. The taste of copper fills my mouth, metallic and sharp. My sheets are damp with perspiration that feels cold against my skin. The detective called again yesterday, or maybe it was last week. Time has become unreliable, folding in on itself like origami made from moments. She wanted to clarify a few details, she said, just routine follow-up questions. About the photograph, she began, and I felt that familiar chill creep up my spine. You mentioned it was taken recently. Had I said that, I couldn't remember mentioning any photograph at all. But there it was in my mind again, that glossy surface, those two bright eyes, that sense of movement frozen in an impossible moment. I'm not sure what you mean, I told her, though even as the words left my mouth, I could feel their inadequacy. The lie sat heavy on my tongue, bitter and obvious. We found it in the room, she continued, her voice gentle but persistent. Your fingerprints were on it. My fingerprints, of course they would be. I had held it, studied it, tried to understand what it was trying to tell me. But when the timeline refused to arrange itself properly in my mind, events floated free from their moorings, drifting and colliding without regard for chronological order. The lacquer smell returns sometimes, usually when I'm not expecting it. I'll be washing dishes or folding laundry, and suddenly the air fills with that sharp chemical sweetness. It makes my eyes water and my throat constrict. I open windows, turn on fans, but the scent lingers like an unwelcome guest. Fresh lacquer suggests recent work, something newly finished or repaired. But I can't recall any renovation, any project that would require such materials. The smell exists without context, a sensory orphan searching for its proper place in the sequence of events. My hands betray me in small ways now. I'll reach for a coffee cup and find my fingers trembling slightly. I'll try to write something down and watch the pen shake across the page, leaving wobbly lines instead of clear text. It's as if my body knows something my conscious mind refuses to acknowledge. The detective's questions circle back to the same themes: the door, the photograph, the timeline that refuses to stay fixed. Each conversation leaves me more confused than the last, more uncertain about what I actually remember versus what I think I should remember. Memory can be unreliable, she told me during our last meeting, especially after traumatic events. Traumatic events, the phrase hung in the air between us like smoke. What trauma was she referring to? What event had carved these gaps in my recollection, leaving behind only fragments and impressions? I study my reflection again, searching for clues in the familiar features. The person looking back seems tired, worn down by carrying secrets too heavy for proper rest. There are questions in those eyes, doubts that multiply like cells dividing. The curtain moves again, that same slow sway that speaks its own silent language. No wind disturbs it, no air current that I can detect, yet it dances with deliberate purpose, as if guided by invisible hands. I approach it cautiously, my bare feet silent on the cold floor. The fabric feels normal beneath my fingers, cotton or linen, nothing unusual about its texture or weight, but touching it sends a shiver through me that has nothing to do with temperature. Behind the curtain, the window reveals only darkness pressed against the glass like black velvet. No streetlights penetrate this particular view. No distant houses offer the comfort of occupied spaces, just endless dark that seems to watch me watching it. The photograph surfaces in my dreams now, floating through those impossible corridors like a playing card caught in wind. Each time I try to grab it, it slips away, revealing new details in its brief visibility. Sometimes I glimpse what might be a second figure in the background, a shadow that doesn't belong to any of the main subjects. Other times the image appears reversed, as if seen in a mirror. The familiar faces become alien when flipped, their expressions taking on entirely different meanings. A smile becomes sinister, kind eyes grow calculating. The whole composition shifts its emotional weight from one extreme to another. I wake from these dreams with the taste of lacquer in my mouth, sharp and chemical. My tongue feels coated with it, as if I've been breathing the fumes for hours. Water doesn't wash it away. Toothpaste only makes it worse, adding mint to the toxic cocktail. The detective's voice echoes in my memory. The door was open when we arrived. But I had checked it, hadn't I? The brass hinges, the heavy wood, the satisfying click of the lock engaging. These sensory memories feel real, substantial, yet her words carry the weight of official observation, documented fact. Two realities exist simultaneously in my mind, one where the door was secured, another where it stood open like an invitation. Both feel equally true, equally false. The contradiction sits in my chest like indigestion, a constant reminder of my own unreliability. I find myself standing in doorways now, studying the mechanisms that separate one space from another. Hinges fascinate me with their simple complexity, the way they allow movement while maintaining connection. A door can be open or closed, but the hinge remains constant, the pivot point around which possibilities swing. The blood stain haunts my peripheral vision, appearing on surfaces where it has no business being. I'll glance at a white wall and see that familiar dark shape bleeding through the paint. I'll look down at my hands and find them marked with something that isn't there when I focus directly on it. Guilt tastes like copper pennies and feels like ice water in the veins. It's a presence that follows me through daily routines, commenting silently on every action. Making coffee becomes an act observed by invisible judges. Walking to the mailbox feels like a performance under scrutiny. But guilt for what? The question circles endlessly, a snake consuming its own tail. Without a clear transgression to attach itself to, the feeling becomes abstract, existential. I feel guilty for existing, for taking up space, for continuing to breathe while something unnamed remains unresolved. The house settles around me with sounds that might be natural expansion and contraction, or might be something else entirely. Footsteps that could be creaking wood, whispers that could be air moving through vents. Every innocent sound carries the possibility of significance. I check the locks again, running my fingers over the metal surfaces like a blind person reading Braille. The mechanisms feel solid, reliable, but their strength is only as good as the frame that holds them. And frames can be compromised, weakened by time or intention. The curtain continues its slow dance, moving to music only it can hear. Sometimes I think I catch the rhythm, feel my own pulse sync with its gentle sway. But when I try to focus on the pattern, it becomes random again, unpredictable. Memory fragments surface without warning, a flash of yellow fabric, the sound of something heavy being dragged across wood, the feeling of cold air rushing past my face. These pieces refuse to connect into a coherent narrative. They exist as isolated moments, emotional snapshots without context. The detective's notepad contained more writing than seemed possible for our brief conversations. Page after page of observations, questions, details I didn't remember providing. My own words reflected back at me, strange and unfamiliar despite their supposed origin in my own mouth. "You mentioned feeling watched," she read from her notes. Had I said that, the sensation was certainly familiar, that prickle between the shoulder blades that suggests unseen eyes, the hyper-awareness that comes from being observed without consent. But I couldn't recall discussing it with her. "The feeling started before that night," she continued, and I felt something cold spread through my chest. Before what night, the question formed but never reached my lips. Some part of me understood that asking would only lead to more confusion, more contradictions between what I thought I knew and what others seemed to have documented. The photograph appears again in my mind's eye, but this time I notice something new, or perhaps something that was always there, waiting for the right moment of attention. In the corner of the image, partially obscured by shadow, there's what might be a doorway, and in that doorway, the suggestion of a figure. Not clearly defined, more impression than actual form, but the proportions are wrong somehow, as if the perspective has been distorted or the image manipulated. The figure seems both too close and too far away, existing in a space that doesn't conform to the rest of the photograph's geometry. I blink, trying to clear the mental image, but it persists with stubborn clarity. The figure in the doorway watches the main subjects with an intensity that feels predatory. Even as a vague shadow, it radiates intention, purpose. My hands find their way to my throat, fingers tracing the pulse point where life beats steadily beneath the skin. The rhythm feels foreign, as if it belongs to someone else. Too fast or too slow, I can't decide which, just wrong in some fundamental way. The lacquer smell intensifies, becoming almost overwhelming. It fills my nostrils and coats the back of my throat with chemical sweetness. I gag slightly, my body rejecting the phantom scent that has no visible source. Fresh lacquer means recent work, something newly completed or repaired. But what? The question gnaws at me with increasing urgency. What surface has been treated? What object restored to pristine condition? The detective's questions circle back. Can you account for your whereabouts that entire evening? Evening, the word implies a specific time frame, a bounded period with clear beginning and end. But my memory of that time, whichever time she's referring to, feels fluid, uncertain. Moments blur together like watercolors in rain. I remember being home, but also being elsewhere. I remember the door being locked, but also standing open. I remember being alone, but also feeling the presence of others. These contradictions exist simultaneously, refusing to resolve into a single, coherent truth. The curtain's movement grows more pronounced, as if responding to some change in atmospheric pressure. It billows slightly, then falls still, then lifts again in a rhythm that seems almost respiratory, like the room itself is breathing. I reach out to touch the fabric again, and this time my fingers come away slightly damp, not with water, but with something else, something that leaves a faint chemical residue on my skin. The lacquer smell intensifies, becoming almost visible in its potency. My reflection in the window glass shows a stranger wearing my face. The features are correct, but the expression belongs to someone else entirely. Someone who knows things I don't, who remembers events I've forgotten or chosen to forget. The photograph drifts through my consciousness again, but now I see it differently. The two bright eyes aren't bright with joy or excitement, they're bright with fear. The wide smile isn't genuine happiness, but something forced, performed under duress. And the figure in the doorway no longer a vague shadow, but something more substantial, more threatening. Someone who doesn't belong in the frame but has inserted themselves anyway, an uninvited presence documenting a moment that was never meant to be captured. The blood on my shirt takes on new significance. Not an accidental stain, but evidence of something I can't quite remember, something my mind has wrapped in protective amnesia. The dark spot spreads in my memory, growing larger and more accusatory with each recall. I stand in the center of the room, surrounded by familiar objects that feel foreign, breathing air that tastes of secrets and lies. The floor beneath my feet seems less solid than before, as if it might give way at any moment and drop me into whatever truth waits below. The detective's voice echoes again. The door was open when we arrived. But I had closed it, hadn't I? The memory feels real, my hand on the brass handle, the satisfying click of the mechanism engaging, the sense of security that comes from creating a barrier between inside and outside. Yet her words carry the weight of official documentation, witnessed fact recorded in reports that will outlive my uncertain recollections. Two versions of reality exist in parallel, neither fully convincing, neither completely false. The curtain moves one final time, a languid gesture that seems almost like a farewell. Behind it, the window reflects not my face, but something else entirely, a scene I almost recognize, a moment I might have lived or might have dreamed. The lacquer smell fades gradually, leaving behind only the faint chemical aftertaste and the growing certainty that some truths are too dangerous to remember clearly. Some doors once opened can never be properly closed again. Story 6. I always thought the tapping was just a quirk of the building, a mundane rhythm from the pipes or the settling of the old walls. Every night just after midnight, the 3 quick taps would echo through the hallway, consistent and predictable. It was part of the building's character, something easy to dismiss. Last Tuesday, the pattern changed. A pause came after the second tap. The next night it started earlier, just before the clock struck midnight. Tonight the sound was slower, more deliberate, and held an unfamiliar heaviness. Perhaps it was nothing, but now the silence fills the gaps between each tap, and it feels different, somehow watching. The coffee cup trembles in my hands this morning. The ceramic rim feels rough against my lips, and I wonder when I started noticing such details. The newspaper lies folded beside my plate, but I cannot read the headlines. My eyes keep drifting to the window, to the building across the courtyard where the tapping originates, or where I think it originates. Memory fragments like scattered photographs. The detective had small hands. I remember that clearly, though I cannot recall his face. He sat across from me in the precinct, those delicate fingers drumming against a manila folder. The tenant in apartment 412 reported similar disturbances, he said. His voice carried a practiced neutrality, but the sounds stopped after she moved out. Did they stop? I thought they had. For 3 weeks, silence filled the midnight hours. I convinced myself the building had finally settled into peace. Then came Tuesday, and the change that made everything feel wrong. The hallway stretches before me now, carpet worn thin by decades of footsteps. I count the doors as I walk. 1, 2, 3. The 4th door stands slightly ajar, though I remember it being closed yesterday. Or was it the day before? Time blurs when you spend too many nights listening. Her name was crossed out on the mailbox downstairs. Black ink over white labels, efficient and final. The superintendent had been thorough in erasing her presence, yet something lingered. Not a ghost, I do not believe in such things, but an impression, like the shadow burned into a wall after a bright light is extinguished. She kept detailed records the detective had mentioned during our second meeting, or perhaps it was the first. The conversations blend together now, each one revealing less than I hoped. Journals, audio recordings, even sketches of what she thought she saw. What she thought she saw, the phrase echoes in my mind as I press my ear to the wall. The plaster feels cool against my skin, and I hold my breath, waiting. Nothing comes. The tapping never occurs during daylight hours, as if whatever causes it understands the rules of haunting without being supernatural. I found the notebook wedged behind the radiator in the laundry room. Its pages were water-stained but readable, filled with her careful handwriting. The entries began months before I noticed the sounds, detailed observations of patterns and variations that suggested someone had been listening far longer than I realized. Day 47, 3 taps, standard interval. Source appears to be wall adjacent to Unit 410. Day 52, tapping began at 11:58, 2 minutes early. Pattern unchanged. Day 61, 4 taps tonight. The fourth was softer, almost hesitant. I never heard 4 taps. Even now, reading her words, I cannot trust what she recorded. Memory is unreliable, and obsession distorts perception. Yet her descriptions match my own experiences with unsettling accuracy. The superintendent's office smells of cigarettes and industrial cleaner. He sits behind a metal desk, sorting through work orders with the methodical patience of someone who has learned not to rush. When I mention the sounds, his expression does not change. Building's got its quirks, he says without looking up. Pipes expand and contract, wood settles, nothing unusual about it. But his hands pause over the papers, and I notice how his knuckles whiten as he grips the pen. He knows something he will not share, some detail that transforms routine maintenance into careful avoidance. The previous tenant in Fort Welve, I begin, but he cuts me off with a shake of his head. Left suddenly, lease violation, nothing to do with building conditions. The lie sits between us like a third person in the room. I can feel its weight, the way it changes the air pressure and makes breathing slightly more difficult. He returns to his paperwork, and I understand the conversation has ended. Back in my apartment, I study the wall that separates my living room from the hallway. The paint shows no cracks or imperfections, no signs of structural stress that might explain the sounds. I press my palm against the surface and feel the steady vibration of the building's mechanical systems, the subtle pulse of a structure that houses dozens of lives. The notebook contains sketches near the end, crude drawings of the hallway layout with arrows indicating sound direction and intensity. She had mapped the acoustic properties of our floor with scientific precision, turning her obsession into research. The final entry is dated 3 days before she disappeared. The pattern is a message. I understand that now. Someone is trying to communicate, but I have been listening wrong. The spaces between the sounds matter more than the sounds themselves. I read those words repeatedly, searching for meaning that remains elusive. What message could 3 taps convey? What communication requires such persistence, such dedication to a rigid schedule that spans months? The detective's business card sits on my kitchen counter, corners bent from handling. I have called the number twice, reaching only voicemail. His recorded message is brief and professional, offering no hint of the man who sat across from me with those careful hands and measured words. Leave your name and number. I will return your call when possible. But he does not return calls. The investigation, if it ever truly existed, has moved beyond my reach. I am left with fragments and speculation, with the growing certainty that I am missing something essential. Midnight approaches and I position myself in the hallway. The carpet muffles my footsteps as I move between doors, testing angles and distances. The building holds its breath around me, 48 units filled with sleeping residents who either do not hear the tapping or have learned to ignore it. 11:59, I check my watch and feel my pulse quicken. The anticipation has become as much a part of the routine as the sounds themselves, a learned response that I cannot control. 12:01, nothing. 12:02, still silence. At 12:07, the first tap echoes through the hallway, soft but distinct, coming from somewhere near apartment 410. I press myself against the wall, trying to pinpoint the exact location, but the sound seems to move, shifting from one position to another between repetitions. The second tap arrives 4 seconds later, louder than the first. I count the interval, matching it against my memory of previous nights. The timing feels different, stretched beyond its normal rhythm. Then comes the pause, not the brief hesitation I have grown accustomed to, but a prolonged silence that makes me question whether the third tap will come at all. I hold my breath and wait, aware of my heartbeat and the distant hum of the building's ventilation system. The third tap, when it finally arrives, sounds different, hollow, as if produced by striking something other than wall or pipe. I move toward the sound, following its echo down the hallway toward the emergency exit at the far end. The exit door stands closed, its surface unmarked by years of use. Most residents take the elevator or main stairway, leaving this passage forgotten except during fire drills and inspections. I test the handle and find it unlocked, though I remember the superintendent mentioning new security measures. The stairwell beyond is dark, illuminated only by emergency lighting that casts everything in amber shadows. I listen for movement, for any indication that someone else occupies this space, but hear only the whisper of air circulation and the distant rumble of the building's mechanical systems. On the landing below, I find fresh scuff marks on the concrete floor. Someone has been here recently, standing in this exact spot for an extended period. The marks form a rough circle, as if made by someone shifting weight from foot to foot while waiting. Waiting for what or for whom? I climb back to my floor and return to my apartment, but sleep does not come. The notebook lies open on my bedside table, her careful observations mocking my inability to decode their meaning. She had been close to something, close enough to frighten herself into fleeing without notice. The next morning brings a new detail. The door to apartment 412 stands fully open, revealing an empty interior stripped of all furnishings. Sunlight streams through bare windows, illuminating dust motes that dance in the still air. I step inside without permission, drawn by the possibility of finding something the cleaning crew missed. The rooms echo with my footsteps, amplifying every sound until even breathing seems intrusive. In the bedroom, I discover a small hole in the wall, roughly circular and no larger than a coin. It appears deliberate rather than accidental, drilled with precision and purpose. I kneel beside the hole and peer through it, but see only darkness. The space beyond might be a utility chase or simply the gap between walls that exists in older buildings. Yet something about its placement suggests intention, as if someone had measured carefully before making the opening. Back in the hallway, I examine the wall from the opposite side. The corresponding spot shows no visible damage, no indication that anything has been disturbed. The hole exists in one direction only, a window that allows observation without reciprocation. The implications settle over me like cold water. Someone had been watching, documenting, recording the activities of residents from a hidden position. The tapping might have been incidental, a byproduct of movement within the walls rather than a deliberate signal. But that explanation raises new questions. Who would construct such an elaborate system of surveillance? What purpose would it serve in a building filled with ordinary people living unremarkable lives? I contact the detective again, leaving a detailed message about my discoveries. This time he returns my call within hours, though his tone suggests reluctance rather than interest. The building has been inspected, he tells me. No evidence of illegal surveillance or structural modifications. But I saw the hole, I insist, in the bedroom wall of Fort Wells. The apartment has been renovated. Any previous damage would have been repaired. His words carry finality, but I detect something beneath the official language. Fear, perhaps, or frustration with a case that refuses to resolve cleanly. He is as trapped by the mystery as I am, bound by procedures that cannot address what defies conventional explanation. That night I position myself in the empty apartment, sitting where the bed once stood and facing the wall where I found the hole. The space feels different in darkness, larger and more hollow, as if the removal of furniture has somehow expanded its dimensions. At midnight, the tapping begins on schedule. 3 measured strikes that seem to originate from directly behind me, close enough that I feel the vibrations through the floor. I turn toward the sound, but the wall appears solid and undisturbed. The pattern repeats every few minutes, always the same sequence, always from the same location. Yet when I press my ear to the wall, I hear nothing beyond the normal settling of the building. The disconnect between what I observe and what I can verify creates a sensation of vertigo, as if reality has become unreliable. I remain in the apartment until dawn, documenting each occurrence with the same methodical precision she had employed. The exercise provides an illusion of control, a sense that careful observation might eventually yield understanding. But understanding remains elusive. The sounds continue, night after night, following their altered pattern with mechanical consistency. Other residents begin to notice the changes, mentioning strange disturbances in conversations by the mailboxes and laundry room. It's gotten worse since that woman left, one elderly tenant tells another. Like she was keeping something quiet, and now it's free to make noise. Their words suggest a connection I have not considered. Perhaps the previous tenant had not been documenting the sounds but suppressing them, engaging in some form of communication that maintained a delicate balance. Her departure might have disrupted that balance, leaving behind only the echoes of a conversation that could no longer continue. The notebook's final pages contain increasingly erratic entries, observations that blur the line between documentation and paranoia. She had begun to suspect that the building itself was alive, that the sounds represented some form of architectural consciousness trying to communicate with its inhabitants. The tapping follows emotional patterns, she wrote, louder when residents argue, softer during periods of contentment. It responds to our collective mood, adjusting its rhythm to match our hidden tensions. I test her theory by monitoring my own emotional state during the midnight episodes. When I feel anxious, the taps seem more insistent. When I achieve a measure of calm, they become almost gentle, like a parent checking on a sleeping child. The correlation might be coincidental, a product of selective perception rather than genuine response. Yet the possibility haunts me, suggesting that I am not merely observing the sounds but participating in their creation. Weeks pass and the pattern continues to evolve. The taps arrive earlier each night, as if whatever produces them grows more confident or desperate. I begin to anticipate the sounds hours before they occur, my body responding to a schedule that has become more reliable than sleep. The building management company sends inspectors to examine the structure for signs of settling or mechanical failure. They find nothing unusual, no explanation for the disturbances that now affect multiple floors. Their report recommends monitoring the situation, but offers no solutions. I request access to the building's original blueprints, hoping to discover hidden spaces or utility passages that might explain the acoustic properties I have observed. The plans reveal a conventional layout with no unusual features, no secret corridors or concealed chambers that could house a hidden observer. Yet something in the drawings catches my attention. A small notation in the margin, written in faded pencil, indicates a modification made during construction. The notation is partially illegible, but I can make out references to sound dampening and acoustic isolation. The building had been designed with noise reduction in mind, incorporating features intended to minimize disturbance between units. But the system works both ways, capable of amplifying sounds as well as suppressing them. What appears to be random tapping might actually be the building's acoustic properties responding to subtle vibrations, creating patterns from the collective movement of its inhabitants. This explanation satisfies my rational mind, but fails to address the emotional weight of the experience. The sounds have become more than mere noise. They represent a mystery that has consumed months of my life and driven at least one person to abandon her home. I begin to understand why she left so suddenly. The tapping creates a sense of being observed, of participating in a communication whose rules remain hidden. Even with a logical explanation, the feeling persists, coloring every quiet moment with anticipation and unease. The detective closes the case officially, citing lack of evidence and the complainant's departure from the jurisdiction. His final report, which I obtained through persistence and formal requests, describes the incident as a noise complaint complicated by the resident's psychological state. Subject displayed signs of hypervigilance and auditory fixation consistent with stress-related disorders, the report concludes. No evidence of criminal activity or safety concerns. The clinical language reduces months of careful observation to a psychiatric condition, dismissing the mystery as a product of an unstable mind. Yet I know what I have heard, what I continue to hear each night as the building settles into its altered rhythm. The notebook remains my most reliable companion, its pages filled with observations that mirror my own experience with uncanny accuracy. She had been documenting the same phenomenon, following the same clues, reaching the same dead ends that now frustrate my efforts. In her final entry, she wrote, "I understand now that the answer was never in the sounds themselves, but in why we need to hear them. Some buildings collect loneliness the way others collect dust, and eventually that loneliness finds a voice." Tonight, as I prepare for another session of listening and waiting, those words resonate with unexpected clarity. The tapping might not be a message from outside, but a reflection of something within, the building's way of acknowledging the isolation that defines modern life. I position myself in the hallway, back against the wall where the sounds seem strongest. The clock approaches midnight, and I feel the familiar tightening in my chest, the anticipation that has become as much a part of me as breathing. The first tap comes precisely on schedule, followed by its companions in the established pattern. But tonight, something is different. Tonight, I tap back. 3 measured strikes against the wall, matching the rhythm I have memorized through months of careful observation. The building absorbs my response and returns it, creating an echo that seems to acknowledge my participation. For the first time since this began, I feel less alone in the darkness. The mystery remains unsolved, the questions unanswered, but the communication has become mutual. Whatever produces the sounds now knows that someone is listening, that the message, whatever it might be, has found its intended recipient. I close my eyes and lean against the wall, feeling the building's pulse through the plaster and wood. Tomorrow I will continue searching for explanations, but tonight I am content to participate in a conversation whose meaning exists beyond words. The tapping continues and I respond, 2 solitary voices finding connection in the spaces between silence and sound. Story 7. The weight of silence. The handle clicked as I withdrew my hand. The metal felt colder than I'd expected, lingering on my skin like a whisper of something missed. I paused at the top of the stairs, a subtle draft brushing past, unsettling. Shadows folded into the corners around me, their edges sharp and unyielding. As I descended, each step seemed to sink deeper into the wood, echoing a hollow promise. The air should have felt familiar, but the scent of dust was oddly absent. I couldn't shake the feeling that something essential had slipped, unnoticed, into the silence. The basement had been sealed for months, yet it carried no mustiness. Instead, there was something chemical, faint but persistent. My fingers traced the light switch, and fluorescent bulbs flickered to life, casting everything in harsh white. Boxes lined the walls in neat rows, each labeled in handwriting I recognized but couldn't quite place. The detective had said I could take anything that belonged to my family, anything that might help piece together what happened. My sister's case file sat on the metal table in the center of the room. The manila folder looked thin for a life cut short, for all the questions that remained unanswered. I opened it slowly, the paper crackling like old bones. Crime scene photographs stared back at me, clinical and cold. Her apartment captured in stark detail. Nothing appeared disturbed. Nothing suggested violence. She had simply vanished from her own life, leaving behind only the faintest impression of her presence. The investigating officer had been thorough, I'll give him that. Every surface dusted for prints, every drawer cataloged, every personal item photographed and documented. But looking at these images now, something nagged at me. The coffee cup on the kitchen counter sat perfectly centered on its saucer. My sister never drank from saucers. She was careless with dishes, leaving rings on furniture, abandoning half-empty mugs throughout her apartment like breadcrumbs marking her daily path. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through old photos of her place. There in a picture from her birthday celebration months earlier, the same kitchen counter cluttered with mail, keys, and a wilted plant she'd forgotten to water. The contrast was striking. Someone had cleaned up after she disappeared or before. The question was who. The witness statements made for uncomfortable reading. Her neighbor heard voices that final evening but couldn't identify them through the thin walls. The description was vague, one female, one male, conversation rather than argument, normal tones, nothing alarming. The neighbor had been watching television, only half listening. She mentioned hearing the front door close twice within a short span, but couldn't be certain of the timing. Her coworker painted a picture of normalcy tinged with subtle anxiety. My sister had been distracted lately, checking her phone more frequently, glancing toward the office entrance whenever someone entered. When pressed for details, the coworker admitted these observations might have been colored by hindsight. Memory has a way of retrofitting significance onto mundane moments. I found myself studying the photograph of her bedroom. The bed was made with military precision, corners tucked tight, pillows arranged just so. This struck me as odd. My sister's bed-making skills were legendary for all the wrong reasons. Her sheets perpetually twisted, blankets kicked to the floor by morning. Yet here was evidence of someone who cared deeply about order, about presentation. The more I stared at these images, the more they felt like a stage set rather than a lived-in space. Someone had curated the scene, but why? And more troubling, when? I reached for the box labeled Personal Effects and lifted the lid. Her jewelry lay nestled in tissue paper, each piece carefully wrapped. Her watch, the one with the cracked face she'd refused to repair because it had belonged to our grandmother, felt heavier than I remembered. I turned it over in my palm, noting how the metal had warmed to my touch. The crack in the crystal caught the fluorescent light, fracturing it into tiny rainbows. Beneath the jewelry, I found her journal. The leather cover was worn soft from handling, pages yellowed at the edges. I hesitated before opening it. Reading someone's private thoughts, even someone you loved, felt like trespassing. But answers might lie within these pages, breadcrumbs leading back to truth. Her handwriting had grown increasingly erratic in the final entries. Where once her script flowed in neat, measured lines, the later pages showed signs of haste, pressure, anxiety. Words pressed so hard into the paper they'd left impressions on the pages beneath. The last entry, dated just days before her disappearance, was brief. He knows I know, can't keep pretending everything is normal. The way he looks at me now like I'm a problem to be solved. Maybe I'm being paranoid. Maybe I'm seeing patterns where none exist, but the timing feels too convenient, too neat. Need to decide what to do with what I found. What had she found? The journal offered no further clues, but the final sentence chilled me. If something happens to me, look in the place where we used to hide from thunderstorms. Our childhood hiding place, the crawl space beneath the stairs in our family home, where we'd huddle together during summer storms, flashlight casting monster shadows on the walls. I hadn't thought about that space in years. The drive to our old neighborhood felt surreal, like traveling backward through time. The house had been sold after our parents passed, but the new owners had maintained its character. I parked across the street, studying the familiar facade. The oak tree we'd climbed still stood sentinel in the front yard, though its branches seemed smaller now, less imposing. I knocked on the front door, rehearsing my explanation. The woman who answered had kind eyes and listened patiently as I explained about my sister, about the journal, about the crawl space. She invited me in without hesitation, perhaps recognizing something desperate in my voice. The house smelled different now, like vanilla candles and fresh paint, but the bones remained unchanged. The crawl space entrance was exactly where I remembered it, a small door beneath the main staircase that most people would mistake for storage. I crouched down and pulled the door open. The familiar musty scent rushed out, carrying with it memories of childhood fears and sibling solidarity. My phone's flashlight revealed the narrow space, unchanged after all these years. And there, tucked into the far corner where we used to stash comic books and stolen cookies, was a manila envelope. My hands trembled as I retrieved it. The envelope was thick, stuffed with documents and photographs. I thanked the homeowner and returned to my car before examining the contents. What I found inside changed everything I thought I knew about my sister's disappearance. Bank statements showing large, regular deposits to her account over the past year. Deposits she'd never mentioned from sources I couldn't identify. Photographs of a man I didn't recognize, taken from a distance with a telephoto lens. He appeared to be in his 40s, well-dressed, often carrying a briefcase. In several shots, he was meeting with other individuals in parking garages and secluded locations. But the most disturbing discovery was a series of printed emails between my sister and someone identified only as M. The correspondence painted a picture of blackmail, of secrets traded for money, of a relationship that had grown increasingly dangerous. "The payments need to stop," read one message from M. "This arrangement has run its course. We should meet to discuss terms." My sister's response was defiant. "I have insurance, copies of everything stored safely. You'll continue paying or the authorities get very interested in your business practices." The final email in the chain, dated the day before her disappearance, was chilling in its simplicity. "We need to talk, tonight, you know where." I sat in the car as daylight faded, pieces of a puzzle slowly arranging themselves in my mind. My sister hadn't been the victim of random violence or a crime of passion. She'd been involved in something calculated, something that had ultimately consumed her. But what had she discovered that was worth killing for? The photographs in the envelope provided a partial answer. Among them was a shot of the man meeting with someone whose face I recognized from newspaper headlines, a local official who'd recently been embroiled in a corruption scandal. The meeting appeared to take place in an industrial area, both men looking nervous, constantly checking their surroundings. My sister had stumbled onto something significant, something worth documenting and leveraging. But blackmail is a dangerous game, and she'd apparently underestimated her opponents. I drove back to the police station, the envelope beside me feeling like a loaded weapon. The detective who'd handled her case was still on duty, looking tired and overwhelmed. I explained what I'd found, watching his expression shift from skepticism to genuine interest as I laid out the evidence. He studied the photographs with a magnifying glass, comparing them to files in his cabinet. The bank statements drew particular attention, and he made several phone calls, speaking in the coded language of law enforcement. When he finally looked up at me, his expression was grim. "This opens up entirely new avenues of investigation," he said. "Your sister was apparently involved in something much bigger than we initially suspected. These deposits correspond with several dates that are significant to an ongoing federal investigation." But even as he spoke, I sensed his enthusiasm was tempered by realism. The trail was months cold. Key players had likely covered their tracks or disappeared entirely. Justice, if it came at all, would be slow and incomplete. The weeks that followed brought a flurry of activity. Federal agents interviewed me repeatedly, mining every detail of my sister's life for clues. Her apartment was re-examined with fresh eyes, yielding new evidence that had been overlooked in the initial investigation. Phone records were subpoenaed, financial transactions traced, associates questioned. Yet the more they uncovered, the more complex the picture became. My sister hadn't been simply a victim or simply a perpetrator. She'd been something more complicated, someone who'd found herself in possession of dangerous information and had made choices that ultimately led to her disappearance. The man in the photographs was eventually identified and arrested on unrelated charges, but he maintained his innocence regarding my sister's fate. The mysterious M was never conclusively identified, though investigators had their suspicions. The official corruption case moved forward, but my sister's evidence proved to be just one thread in a much larger web. Months passed without resolution. The investigation remained active but stalled, hampered by missing witnesses and destroyed evidence. I found myself caught between grief and anger, mourning not just my sister's death, but the discovery that I'd never really known her at all. The person I'd thought I knew, the slightly scattered but fundamentally good woman who forgot to water plants and couldn't make a proper bed, had been living a double life. She'd been methodical enough to document dangerous meetings, brave enough to confront powerful people, and calculating enough to hide evidence where only I would think to look. But she'd also been reckless enough to believe she could control forces much larger than herself. The case officially remains open, filed somewhere in a cabinet that grows thicker with each passing month, but no closer to resolution. Sometimes I wonder if the truth would bring me peace or simply replace one set of questions with another. The woman who disappeared wasn't entirely the sister I'd thought I knew, and perhaps that's the most unsettling revelation of all. Late at night, when sleep eludes me, I find myself returning to that basement room, to those crime scene photographs that first seemed wrong. The perfectly made bed, the centered coffee cup, the absence of her characteristic chaos. Someone had indeed cleaned up after her, but maybe it had been my sister herself, preparing for a meeting she knew might be her last, wanting to leave behind some semblance of order in a life that had grown dangerously complicated. Or maybe I'm still missing something essential, some detail that would make sense of all the others. The handle clicks as I close the file, and the metal feels cold against my skin, a reminder that some doors once opened can never quite be closed again. Story 8. The Melody of Doubt Asterisk. The melody repeated itself, but the notes felt twisted, strained through unseen fingers. The hallway's edge seemed closer today, as if walls leaned inward, bending space without notice. A familiar creak came unbidden before I touched the floorboard that usually summoned it. Shadows on the wall danced in rhythms I didn't recognize, echoing a movement I hadn't made. I reached for the curtain, certain of its usual glide, and felt it tremble, resisting. It was not a breeze, yet it whispered as it swayed back to stillness. My reflection winked from the glass before I could blink. The house had been quiet for weeks since she disappeared. My neighbor, the woman who hummed while watering her garden every morning, who waved through kitchen windows while brewing coffee, who left her porch light burning until dawn. The police had come and gone, their heavy boots scuffing the wooden steps, their voices carrying through thin walls like smoke. They asked questions I couldn't answer, took notes I couldn't read, and left behind a silence that felt heavier than their presence. I found myself standing at my window more often now, watching her empty driveway where oil stains marked the ghost of her sedan. The grass grew taller, weeds pushing through cracks in the sidewalk she used to sweep clean. Her mailbox overflowed with advertisements and bills, creating a paper avalanche that postal workers ignored. The whole scene felt like a painting left unfinished, brushstrokes abandoned mid-motion. The detective had knocked on my door 3 times. A tall man with tired eyes and coffee breath, he spoke in measured sentences that revealed nothing while demanding everything. He wanted to know about her routine, her visitors, her mood in those final days. I told him what I could remember: the morning walks, the evening phone calls that drifted through open windows, the way she always double-locked her front door. But memories felt slippery, changing shape each time I tried to grasp them. Her sister arrived from out of state, a woman who shared the same delicate hands but carried herself with sharp edges. She moved through the empty house like a detective herself, sorting through drawers and closets with methodical precision. I watched from my kitchen window as she loaded boxes into a rental truck, each container holding pieces of a life that had simply evaporated. The sister never looked toward my house, never acknowledged the neighborhood that had been her family's home. She worked in silence, creating neat piles of belongings that would scatter to storage units and donation centers. One evening, as autumn light stretched long across the pavement, I noticed something the police had missed, a small detail that nagged at the corner of my vision until I couldn't ignore it anymore. Her garden hose, usually coiled neat against the house, lay stretched across the backyard in a perfect straight line. The sprinkler attachment sat in the center of her vegetable patch, surrounded by plants that had grown wild and untended. Water had run for days, maybe weeks, creating a muddy depression that reflected the sky like a mirror. I called the detective, my voice sounding strange in the quiet house. He listened without interrupting, then asked if I had touched anything, moved anything, noticed anything else unusual. The questions felt like tests I was failing, each answer revealing how little I actually knew about the woman who had lived 30 feet from my bedroom window for over 2 years. He promised to send someone to check the water situation, but no one came. Sleep became elusive, interrupted by sounds that might have been memory or imagination. The soft thud of a car door closing, footsteps on gravel, the distinctive squeak of her screen door opening and shutting. I would rise and peer through blinds at empty darkness, wondering if grief could manifest as audio hallucinations. The night air carried scents that reminded me of her lavender from the garden, the faint trace of cigarettes she thought no one noticed, something else I couldn't identify but recognized nonetheless. Her phone kept ringing. The landline in her kitchen would shrill through walls at odd moments, creating a soundtrack of unanswered calls that eventually stopped. But sometimes, late at night, I heard the muffled buzz of what might have been a cell phone vibrating against wood or fabric. The sound would repeat in patterns, 3 short bursts, silence, 3 more bursts like someone desperately trying to reach her, unaware that she couldn't answer. The mail carrier mentioned that her forwarding request had expired. Bills and personal letters accumulated in the overflowing box until the postal service suspended delivery altogether. I found myself checking the box during evening walks, noting return addresses from utility companies, medical offices, subscription services. One envelope bore the logo of a law firm, thick and official looking. Another carried foreign postmarks and handwriting that slanted urgently across expensive paper. The detective returned with different questions. He wanted to know about her visitors, particularly a man who might have driven a dark pickup truck. I searched my memory for trucks, for unfamiliar vehicles in her driveway, for conversations overheard through summer windows. Nothing surfaced clearly. Vehicles blurred together in suburban anonymity, and I realized how little attention I had paid to the details that now seemed crucial. Her sister had left a phone number on a scrap of paper tucked into my door frame. When I called, she sounded distracted, surrounded by the hollow acoustics of empty rooms. She asked if I had noticed anything unusual in the weeks before her sister's disappearance, changes in routine, new acquaintances, signs of distress. I mentioned the garden hose, the late-night phone calls, the way she had started leaving lights on in rooms she wasn't using. The sister listened without comment, then asked if I had keys to the house. I didn't have keys, but I knew where she kept the spare. Everyone on the block knew about the fake rock beside her front steps, its plastic surface too smooth among genuine stones. The knowledge felt like complicity now, as if I had been entrusted with something I should have protected better. The detective had found the spare key, of course, but learning that neighbors knew its location seemed to disturb him. He made notes about security, about trust, about how easily someone could have entered her home. The house began to change in subtle ways. Windows that had always reflected afternoon light now seemed dark and absorptive. The front door, painted cheerful yellow just last spring, looked faded and weathered despite the protection of the covered porch. Even her flower boxes, once bright with seasonal plantings, had become collections of brown stems and scattered soil. The transformation felt too rapid, as if abandonment accelerated natural decay. I started keeping a journal, recording observations that might prove relevant later. The way her outdoor lights operated on timers, creating the illusion of occupancy long after she vanished. How her newspaper delivery continued for weeks, creating a yellowing pile that attracted stray cats and curious children. The fact that her car had been found at the shopping center, keys in the ignition, purse on the passenger seat, as if she had simply stepped away for a moment and forgotten to return. The shopping center detail bothered me most. She had always been careful about locking her car, checking doors twice before walking away. I had watched her perform this ritual countless times during our brief encounters in parking lots and driveways. The idea that she would leave her vehicle unsecured felt fundamentally wrong, like a note played off-key in a familiar song. Her phone records revealed calls to numbers no one could identify. The detective shared this information reluctantly, as if testing my reaction. Long conversations with disconnected lines, brief exchanges with numbers that traced to payphones and prepaid services. Her sister claimed no knowledge of these contacts, insisting that her sibling had lived a quiet, predictable life with few friends and fewer secrets. But secrets seemed to multiply as the investigation continued. A safety deposit box no one knew existed, containing documents and photographs that raised more questions than answers. Credit card charges from businesses that had closed months before the transactions occurred. A prescription for medication she had never mentioned to family or neighbors, filled regularly for over a year. The medication detail emerged during a conversation with her pharmacist, a nervous man who spoke in whispers despite the privacy of his consultation room. He described her as anxious during recent visits, asking questions about drug interactions and side effects that suggested she was taking other substances not prescribed by her regular doctor. When pressed for specifics, he claimed confidentiality restrictions, but his expression conveyed information his words couldn't legally provide. I began to question my own memories of her. Had she really been as predictable and cheerful as I remembered? The woman who waved from windows and hummed in gardens might have been a performance, a carefully constructed facade hiding complexities I had never suspected. People commented on her friendliness, but friendliness could be a shield as easily as an invitation. The detective's visits became less frequent, his questions more general. The case was growing cold, he admitted, despite ongoing efforts to trace her movements and contacts. Without evidence of foul play, without clear signs of distress or danger, her disappearance remained a puzzle with too many missing pieces. He encouraged me to call if I remembered anything else, anything at all, no matter how insignificant it might seem. But significance felt relative now. Every detail carried potential weight, every memory demanded re-examination. The way she had started parking her car at different angles in the driveway, how she had begun checking her mailbox multiple times each day, sometimes retrieving nothing, sometimes leaving mail behind. The fact that she had recently changed her hairstyle, cutting off the long blonde waves that had been her signature look for as long as anyone could remember. Her sister returned to collect the remaining belongings, moving through the house with grim efficiency. She avoided eye contact during our brief conversation, answering questions with short phrases that revealed nothing about family dynamics or personal relationships. When I asked about the medication, about the mysterious phone calls, about changes in her sister's behavior, she claimed ignorance with a conviction that felt rehearsed. The house went up for sale within a month, listed by a real estate agent who specialized in difficult properties. The description mentioned recent updates and quiet neighborhood charm, making no reference to the circumstances that had made the sale necessary. Potential buyers toured the rooms where she had lived and vanished, examining closets and cabinets without knowing they were walking through a crime scene that might not have been a crime. I attended the open house, curious to see her private spaces, to understand how she had arranged her life behind walls I had never crossed. The rooms felt smaller than expected, furnished with pieces that suggested careful budgeting rather than personal taste. Her bedroom contained a single bed, neatly made, surrounded by photographs of places I didn't recognize. The kitchen showed signs of minimal use, as if she had survived on takeout and simple meals requiring little preparation. But the basement revealed a different story. A workshop area filled with tools and supplies for projects I couldn't identify. Boxes of documents organized with obsessive precision, labeled in handwriting that grew increasingly erratic as the dates progressed. A bulletin board covered with newspaper clippings, photographs, and handwritten notes connected by colored string like a conspiracy theorist's fever dream. The real estate agent noticed my interest in the basement display and quickly ushered the tour group upstairs. She claimed the previous owner had been researching family genealogy, a harmless hobby that had gotten slightly out of hand, but the clippings weren't about family history. They documented crimes, disappearances, unsolved cases spanning several states and multiple years. Her photograph appeared in several clippings, sometimes in backgrounds, sometimes as an identified witness or person of interest. I left the open house with more questions than answers, carrying the weight of discoveries I couldn't share with authorities who had already moved on to newer cases. The basement display suggested she had been investigating something, tracking patterns or connections that others had missed, but whether she had been a researcher, a victim, or something else entirely remained unclear. The house sold quickly to investors who planned to renovate and flip the property. Within weeks, construction crews arrived to strip away the evidence of her occupancy, painting over walls that might have held secrets, replacing fixtures that could have provided clues. The basement workshop disappeared under new drywall, the bulletin board and its mysterious connections lost to renovation debris. I kept copies of what I could remember, sketching the bulletin board layout and noting the newspaper headlines that had caught her attention. The pattern seemed to involve women who had vanished under circumstances similar to her own, ordinary people leading quiet lives until they simply weren't there anymore. Some cases had been solved, others remained open, but all shared elements that felt too coincidental to ignore. The new owners moved in during winter, a young couple with small children who filled the house with sounds it had never known. Their laughter and arguments, their music and television programs, their ordinary domestic chaos gradually erased the silence that had marked her absence. But sometimes, late at night, I still heard the phantom phone ringing, the ghostly footsteps, the whispered conversations that might have been wind through empty rooms. The detective called one final time to inform me that the case was being transferred to the cold case division. New leads had failed to develop, witness accounts had proven unreliable, and physical evidence remained insufficient to support criminal charges against anyone. Her disappearance would remain officially unsolved, though the file would stay open indefinitely in case new information emerged. But I had learned enough to know that some questions answer themselves if you stop asking them directly. She had been hunting something in those basement files, tracking connections between cases that seemed unrelated. Whether she had found what she was looking for, or whether what she was looking for had found her first, remained the kind of truth that lived in shadows between certainty and doubt. The melody still repeats itself sometimes, twisted notes that carry through walls and windows when the neighborhood grows quiet. I listen for patterns now, for rhythms that might reveal meanings I missed before. The hallway edges still seem to shift and breathe, reminding me that some mysteries solve themselves in ways we're not prepared to understand. And sometimes when I check the mailbox or water the garden or lock my doors for the night, I wonder if someone else is watching from windows I can't see, taking notes about my routines, learning my patterns, waiting for the right moment to ask questions I won't be able to answer. The investigation continues in ways the detective never intended, carried forward by neighbors who remember too much and understand too little. We are all witnesses now to something that might never have happened, or might be happening still, in the spaces between what we know and what we fear to discover. Story 9. The faint hum of the refrigerator filled the kitchen as I ran a hand over the cool granite countertop. Morning sunlight poured through the blinds, casting striped shadows across neatly arranged dishes. Yet the air carried an unusual chill. A single flower petal lay on the floor, slightly crumpled. It hadn't been there last night. As I bent to pick it up, a soft creaking sound echoed from above, like a footstep on forgotten floorboards. The petal felt papery between my fingers, its edges brown with age. White once, maybe cream-colored, from the bouquet she'd brought that first evening. I remembered how she'd held those flowers against her chest, laughing at something I'd said about the weather. The stems had dripped water onto her shoes, leaving dark spots on the leather. Now this single remnant lay orphaned on my kitchen floor, though I could have sworn I'd thrown the wilted arrangement away days ago. The coffee maker sat silent on the counter, its digital display blinking 12 o'clock. I never let the power go out without resetting it immediately, a habit born from years of rigid routine. But there it was, flashing like an accusation. When had the electricity failed, I would have noticed, would have heard the sudden quiet when the refrigerator's hum stopped. Yet I had no memory of any interruption, no recollection of fumbling through darkness or waiting for lights to return. Above me that creaking persisted, rhythmic and deliberate. The house was old, prone to settling, but this sound carried weight behind it. Human weight. I counted the steps. 1, 2, 3, pause. 1, 2, 3, pause. Like someone pacing in the guest room, measuring the distance between the window and the door. But the guest room had been empty for weeks, its door locked since she'd left. The spare key hung on its usual hook by the back door, undisturbed. I checked it every morning, a compulsion I couldn't explain. The metal felt warm despite the kitchen's chill, as if someone had recently handled it. The keychain bore a small ceramic owl, a gift from a colleague whose face I could no longer quite recall. Its painted eyes seemed to follow my movements, though I knew that was impossible. On the windowsill, a water glass sat half empty. I didn't remember placing it there, didn't remember drinking from it. The rim bore no lipstick marks, no fingerprints visible in the morning light, but something about its position troubled me, the way it caught the sun and threw fractured rainbows across the wall. She used to do that deliberately, angling glasses to create small light shows that danced across the ceiling. The newspaper lay folded on the kitchen table, still damp with dew. I must have brought it in, though I had no memory of opening the front door or stepping onto the porch. My robe hung dry on the bathroom hook, my slippers showed no moisture, yet there the paper sat with its cargo of daily catastrophes and weather predictions. The crossword remained untouched, though someone had circled a word in the headlines, missing. Upstairs the pacing stopped. The silence felt heavier than the sound had been, pregnant with held breath and careful stillness. I found myself listening for the creak of floorboards, for any sign that the presence above hadn't simply vanished. But the house offered nothing, only the refrigerator's faithful hum and the whisper of air through the heating vents. In the hallway mirror, my reflection looked tired, older than I remembered. Gray had crept into my hair overnight, it seemed, and lines mapped new territories around my eyes. But it was my expression that unsettled me most, a look of guilty knowledge I didn't recognize, as if I were keeping secrets from myself. The guest room key felt cold in my palm as I climbed the stairs. Each step announced my approach, a courtesy I hadn't intended. The hallway stretched longer than usual, doors standing sentinel on either side. Family photographs watched my progress, faces I'd known for decades now seeming subtly altered, their smiles holding questions I couldn't answer. The guest room door stood slightly ajar. I remembered locking it, remembered testing the handle twice to ensure it held fast. But there it was, open just enough to reveal a slice of the room beyond. No light spilled out, no movement betrayed an occupant, just that narrow gap like a partially closed eye. Inside, the bed lay unmade. The sheets twisted as if someone had thrashed through restless dreams, pillows scattered across the floor. The window stood open, curtains breathing with the morning breeze. On the nightstand, a glass of water sat half empty, its surface still rippling from some recent disturbance. Beside it, a book lay open to a page I'd never read, its margins filled with handwriting I almost recognized. The closet door hung open, revealing empty hangers swaying gently, but the air carried traces of perfume, something floral and familiar that made my chest tighten with an emotion I couldn't name. On the carpet, barely visible impressions suggested where someone had stood, shifted weight, paced those careful steps I'd heard below. In the bathroom, 2 toothbrushes stood in the holder by the sink. I remembered removing the second one, remembered the hollow sound it made falling into the waste basket. Yet there it was, bristles still damp with recent use. The mirror above the sink bore traces of steam, though no one had showered in this room for weeks. The medicine cabinet hung slightly open, its contents rearranged. Bottles I'd never seen before stood among familiar prescriptions, their labels too blurred to read in the dim light. One had been recently opened, its safety seal broken, a few pills missing from the full count. The name on the prescription might have been mine, or might have been someone else's entirely. Downstairs, the kitchen had changed. The flower petal was gone from where I'd left it on the counter. In its place, a full bloom lay beside the coffee maker, fresh and white and impossible. The morning light had shifted, casting different shadows, revealing details I'd missed before. On the refrigerator, a note hung beneath a magnet I'd never purchased, its message written in handwriting that might have been mine. Don't forget, it read, though it offered no hint of what I was meant to remember. The telephone sat silent on its cradle, but its message light blinked insistently. I had no memory of missing a call, no recollection of the phone ringing, but there it was, demanding attention, promising revelations I wasn't sure I wanted to hear. My finger hovered over the play button, trembling with an uncertainty that seemed to encompass everything about this strange morning. Outside, a car door slammed. Footsteps approached on the gravel driveway, measured and purposeful. Through the kitchen window, I caught a glimpse of movement, a figure walking toward the house with familiar confidence. The front door key turned in its lock, metal against metal, a sound I'd heard countless times before, but which now seemed ominous, final. The door opened and someone called my name. The voice carried notes of concern, of questions that needed answering. It drifted through the house like smoke, reaching into corners where I'd thought I could hide from whatever truth was approaching. In my hand, the flower petal I'd picked up earlier had reappeared, though I couldn't remember retrieving it from the counter. Above us, the guest room door creaked softly shut. Story 10. The checklist was completed at 900 hours. Each item on the inventory was accounted for, adhering to the standard procedure. The table was set with one fewer place setting, though the chair count remained unchanged. Cupboards were aligned as per norm, doors shut without creaking. A peculiar arrangement of dust outlined the absent items, yet the surfaces were spotless. The window latch was engaged, reported as secure, contrary to the night breeze felt within. The list was checked twice. A portrait on the wall hung slightly askew, yet no marks on the floor indicated movement. I remember now standing in that small galley, pen trembling against the clipboard. The vessel rocked gently beneath my feet, but something else had shifted, something I couldn't name then, something I still struggle to articulate. The morning light filtered through salt-stained portholes, casting familiar shadows in unfamiliar places. That's when I first noticed the absence wasn't just about what was missing, but about what remained. The ship had been my home for months. Every surface, every corner held the weight of routine. I knew the sound each cabinet made when opened, the way the table legs scraped against the deck when the waves grew rough. But that morning, conducting the standard inventory, I found myself cataloging not just objects, but the spaces between them, the negative impressions left behind like photographs in reverse. She had been careful, methodical, I realized that now. The way the dust patterns remained perfect rectangles where items once sat, as if she had lifted each piece straight up without disturbing the surface beneath. A coffee mug here, a small framed photograph there. Personal effects, nothing valuable enough to report missing in any official capacity. But I felt their absence like phantom limbs, reaching for things that were no longer there. The night before I had felt that breeze. Strange how memory works, I can still feel it now, cool against my cheek as I lay in my narrow bunk. The window latch had been secure when I checked it during evening rounds. I was certain of this. I had tested it twice, habit born from years of maritime service. Yet something had stirred the air inside our quarters, something that carried the scent of open water and possibilities I didn't want to consider. I found myself returning to that portrait. A simple thing, nothing remarkable about the image itself, just a landscape, generic enough to have come with a frame. But it hung at an angle that defied the ship's movement. When a vessel rolls, pictures shift predictably, following the laws of physics and gravity. This one tilted against those laws, as if adjusted by a deliberate hand. The chair count remained unchanged. This detail haunts me most. 4 chairs around the small table, same as always. But only 3 place settings that morning, though I distinctly remembered preparing for the night before. We always set 4 places. It was procedure, part of the routine that kept us anchored to normalcy in the endless expanse of water that surrounded us. I began to question my own observations. Had there always been only 3 of us? Memory is unreliable at sea, where days blend into one another and the horizon offers no landmarks to mark the passage of time. But my hands remembered the weight of 4 plates, 4 sets of utensils. My muscles held the memory, even when my mind began to doubt. The inventory became an obsession. I started conducting unofficial counts throughout each watch, noting not just what was present, but what felt different. The way morning light struck the galley table revealed scratches I hadn't noticed before, not damage, but patterns, as if someone had been tracing shapes with their finger while lost in thought, circles within circles, spiraling inward. She had been quiet those last few weeks. I remember this now with the clarity that only comes in retrospect, not withdrawn exactly, but present in a different way, as if she were already somewhere else in her mind. During meals, she would stare past the porthole at the endless water, her fork suspended halfway to her mouth, food growing cold on her plate. The others noticed too, though we never spoke of it directly. Maritime culture discourages such discussions. We're trained to maintain equilibrium, to address problems through proper channels and official procedures. but I caught the glances exchanged when she would disappear for longer periods, claiming to check equipment that didn't need checking. I found her journal wedged behind a loose panel in her quarters, not hidden exactly, but not obviously placed either. The entries were sparse, cryptic, references to coordinates that didn't match our logged position, sketches of coastlines that resembled no charts in our navigation room, and recurring mentions of someone whose name she never wrote fully, only initials that meant nothing to me. The handwriting troubled me most. In earlier entries, her script was neat, controlled, but as the pages progressed, the letters grew looser, more erratic. Words sometimes trailed off mid-sentence, as if she had been interrupted by thoughts too urgent to complete what she was writing. The final entry was just coordinates and a single word, finally. I should have reported the journal immediately. Protocol demanded it, but something held me back, perhaps the recognition that once I filed that report, the questions would begin, and I wasn't certain I wanted to know the answers. Instead, I returned it to its hiding place and continued my unofficial inventory, counting and recounting items that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking. The window latch became my focus. Each morning I would check it, finding it secure, yet each night I felt that inexplicable breeze. I began to suspect the mechanism was faulty, that salt air had corroded some internal component, allowing it to appear locked while remaining subtly open. But examination revealed no defects, nowhere that would explain the discrepancy between what I observed and what I experienced. Sleep became elusive. I would lie in my bunk, listening to the familiar sounds of the ship, the gentle groan of metal under stress, the distant hum of engines, the whisper of water against the hull. But underneath these comforting rhythms, I began to hear something else. Footsteps, perhaps, or the soft scrape of a chair being moved. Sounds that belonged but felt wrong, like echoes arriving before their source. The portrait continued to hang askew. I straightened it repeatedly, but by the next morning it would have shifted again. No marks on the floor indicated vibration or movement that would explain this persistent tilt. I began to wonder if the ship itself was somehow unbalanced, listing in ways too subtle for our instruments to detect, but significant enough to affect small objects over time. During one particularly restless night, I rose and walked to the galley. The space felt different in darkness, larger somehow, as if the walls had receded into shadow. I stood where she used to stand during her late-night vigils, looking out through the porthole at water that reflected no moon. The glass was cool against my forehead, and I understood then why she had spent so many hours in this position. The ocean at night holds a hypnotic quality, a sense of infinite possibility that can make the confines of a ship feel simultaneously protective and imprisoning. I tried to reconstruct her final hours through the evidence she left behind. The missing coffee mug suggested she had prepared her usual beverage. The absent photograph indicated premeditation, she had taken something meaningful with her. But the dust patterns, those perfect rectangles, implied a care and deliberation that contradicted any notion of hasty departure or distress. The official investigation, when it finally came, followed predictable patterns. Questions about her state of mind, her relationships aboard ship, any signs of disturbance or conflict. I answered truthfully, but found myself unable to convey the subtler observations, the way she had begun to move through spaces as if she were already partially absent, the quality of attention she gave to conversations, present but somehow listening for something else. They concluded what such investigations always conclude when faced with insufficient evidence and the vast anonymity of open water. An accident, most likely. Perhaps she had gone on deck for air and lost her footing. The sea keeps its secrets, and we comfort ourselves with reasonable explanations that allow us to continue functioning. But I know she didn't fall. The careful removal of personal items, the methodical way she had erased her presence while leaving no obvious signs of preparation, these details spoke of intention, of a plan executed with maritime precision. She had charted a course as carefully as any navigator, but toward a destination none of us could follow. I still conduct my morning inventory, though the routine has evolved beyond official requirements. I count not just objects, but impressions, not just what remains, but what continues to change. The galley table bears new scratches, or perhaps I simply notice ones that were always there. The portrait hangs straight some mornings, askew others, following patterns I haven't learned to predict. The chair count remains unchanged, but I find myself setting only 2 places now. The third setting began to feel like an invitation to questions I couldn't answer, a daily reminder of absence that served no purpose except to maintain the fiction that everything was as it should be. The 4th place setting exists now only in my memory, in the muscle memory of hands that once automatically reached for plates and utensils that are no longer needed. Sometimes during night watches I feel that breeze again. The window latch remains secure, I check it obsessively now, but the air stirs with possibilities that rational thought cannot explain. I've learned to accept these contradictions, to hold multiple truths simultaneously without demanding resolution. The sea teaches such lessons to those who listen long enough. Her journal disappeared sometime during the investigation. I never admitted to finding it, and when I returned to retrieve it from its hiding place, the space behind the loose panel was empty. Perhaps she had moved it before her departure, or perhaps someone else had discovered it independently. The absence felt appropriate somehow, another item to add to my catalog of missing things. I dream sometimes of coordinates that don't appear on any chart, of coastlines that exist only in sketches made by hands that no longer hold pencils. In these dreams, I understand the logic of her departure, the mathematics of absence that she calculated so carefully. But understanding fades with waking, leaving only the residue of recognition, like salt on skin after swimming in unfamiliar waters. The checklist continues each morning, a ritual that has evolved beyond its original purpose. I account for items that shift and change, for spaces that expand and contract, for the persistent geometry of absence that she mapped so precisely. The table still bears 1 fewer place setting, though the chair count remains unchanged. The portrait hangs at its inexplicable angle, defying correction. And somewhere beneath the familiar sounds of ship and sea, I continue to hear the echo of footsteps that may have belonged to someone who was never really there, or who was always more present than any of us realized. The dust patterns have blurred now, disturbed by my repeated attempts to understand their message. But their shapes remain in my memory, perfect rectangles marking the boundaries of things that once were, negative spaces that define presence through absence. I run my finger along the galley table sometimes, tracing circles within circles, spiraling inward toward a center that remains forever just beyond reach. The window latch is secure. I checked it this morning, tested it twice out of habit born from months of doubt. Yet as I stand here now, completing another inventory, I feel that familiar breeze against my cheek, cool air that carries the scent of open water and possibilities I still don't want to consider. The checklist trembles in my hands, each item accounted for according to standard procedure, each absence catalogued with the precision she taught me through her departure.